All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Anthony here with Puget Sound Stormwatch. Let's wait for that viewer number to reset. And cross-post the stream to a few places, then we can begin our live coverage. This is an FYI. This was a no-notice stream. This is breaking into live coverage right now amidst several marine warnings off the coast. One's currently in effect for portions of Ocean Park, the northern Long Beach Peninsula. Ooh. You don't see this too often. I just got a mesoscale discussion issued by the Storm Prediction Center. Luckily, watch potential is unlikely, only 20%. But the fact that there's a mesoscale discussion, and see it just showed up on the screen right there, is big time news for this area. You don't see that too often. If it'll allow me to select, hang on, then we can see what this mesoscale discussion has to show. Bear with me here just a second. There we go. Concerning severe potential, watch unlikely. Probability of watch issuance 20%. Isolated to widely scattered low-top storms are expected to move onshore over the next few hours. Very strong shear profiles, which you don't see too often around this area. Supports some storm organization with damaging gusts and a brief waterspout or tornado possible. Conditions will be monitored, but a watch is currently not anticipated. Yeah, thanks to those usual mid-level capping inversions, these storm tops don't usually get too high with these events. If we had stronger surface heating, then there's a chance might be able to get more widespread severe action going, but that doesn't look likely at this time. So yeah, as I was saying before, we currently only have one alert in effect right now. We did have 3 marine warnings in effect for these showers before, but we currently only have this one marine warning issued for parts of Willapa Bay and the Pacific Coast, just off of Pacific County. All right, Teresa Thurston, welcome back. We're traveling towards Olympia today, and I got notice. Yeah, if you include the... let me see if I can pull up the marginal risk area here real quick. Hang on just a second. Day 1 outlook categorical. There we go. So this is the marginal risk boundary, which was recently expanded from the extreme southern portion of Southwest Washington to a majority of Southwest Washington. This is for 25 miles within a point too. So if you expand this out to 25 miles, this does include parts of Olympia and Shelton as well. See, this, if you expand it out to 25 miles, this does include Shelton, all the way up to Hoodsport, as well as the city of Olympia, too. This also includes areas like Yelm, Nisqually, Eatonville, Alder Lake, and most of central to eastern Lewis County as well. All right, welcome everyone who's just joining us. Anthony here. Oh boy, look at that special marine warning. That was just issued. Literally, I just turned around and it's for an hour. You don't see this too often. Waterspout possible tag with wind gusts up to 49 knots, which is about 56 miles per hour or so. Just shy of severe limits, but it's for this little storm down here off the Tillamook County coast, expected to move all the way up into the Astoria area. You don't see these really long marine warnings too often. This is actually the longest one I've seen, probably ever, around this area. Okay, Facebook is notified. Gotta notify a few other sites. Yeah, in case anyone's just hopping on and missed it at first. I'm just watching a lot of things on Twitter right now. Luckily, most of the activity is currently south of the Seattle County warning area. And actually, the NWS in Seattle has taken notice of this, and they postponed the weekly test over NOAA Weather Radio today. Riley N, hello. Welcome back to the chat. Have another thunderstorm. This one had the capability of producing waterspouts earlier, has now moved inland and is crossing into Grace Harbor County. Are currently gusting to 43 miles per hour out of the south here at Hoquiam Bowerman Field. This will move over a similar area that the severe thunderstorm moved through earlier that produced 60 mile per hour wind gusts for this airfield. So don't be surprised if we get something close to that with some of these downburst winds mixing down towards the surface. Also have a lot of this offshore activity starting to move towards the coast as well. This will impact the ocean beaches here in the next hour to hour and a half. The special marine warning has 13 minutes, even though the storm has already moved out of the warned area. So this should be allowed to expire. So yeah, although the cutoff line for the marginal risk is shown here, this is for within 25 miles of a point. So if you expand this line out to 25 miles from the contour, this is the effective radius. So this does include most of central Lewis County, including Mossy Rock, Morton, Cinnabar area, Glenoma, Cosmos. And if you know anyone down in Tatenham Park down here at the east end of Rife Lake, they're also included in this risk. This expands all the way out to the Randall area, just shy of Randall. This also includes Elby, parts of Eatonville, Alder Lake. And if you move the contour farther up, this also includes Olympia, Tumwater, Maytown, Lacey, all the way up through Fort Lewis, parts of Elk Plain, city limits of Eatonville, Yelm, McKenna, and Nisqually. This also includes Shelton, Skokomish, Potlatch, Union, Allen, Grapeview, several other cities in rural Grace Harbor and Mason counties. So this is along 25 miles of this contour seen here. An outside chance of some severe potential here in southwest Washington and along parts of the coast today. Already seeing several storms capable of producing waterspouts here off the coast moving towards the ocean beaches. These are moving quick. These are moving at least 40 miles per hour towards the north-northeast. Just as a heads up. Yeah, very sorry guys for the short notice on this. Hopefully anyone joining has the notifications turned on so that there's no surprises anywhere. So yeah, currently we have this marine warning that will expire soon for Long Beach, including Ocean Park, Bay Center, and Tokeland. This extends into the northern parts of Willapa Bay, but the storm has already moved out of the warned area. How long does the warning last? So these warnings are, this warning in particular is about to expire, but there's currently no other alerts in effect. There's just this marginal risk area here. And for extreme southern Pacific County and most of the Oregon coast, including parts of the Willamette River Valley, there is a mesoscale discussion talking about a low chance of a severe thunderstorm watch for the coast. We have this elongated special marine warning all the way off the coast of southern Tillamook County, all the way into the Astoria area. You don't see storms with that warning box too often, especially at that length. Some of these could start producing waterspouts if they haven't already, and there is a slight damaging wind risk for the green area as well. 2% tornado risk within the dark green line here. Will any of these storms affect Port Orchard? It's entirely possible. Model guidance does show some of these storms possibly making it into the Puget Sound later this afternoon. It really just depends on cloud coverage. Like if the clouds are like where they're at right now in this area, then there's a good chance that we may not have these storms survive off the coast. A lot of clouds over the area right now with the shower activity, so this could hinder some inland storm activity. I see lots of lightning strikes popping up now here on the Windy app, especially offshore. But lightning is once again approaching Aberdeen and Hoquiam. This is just outside of the city of Cosmopolis right now, moving towards the north-northeast. So wouldn't be surprised to record another brief severe wind gust for the Hoquiam airport. A little break in the showers right now between Seattle and Tacoma, but that will come to an end very shortly, as some of these heavier showers start to make it onshore here over the next couple of hours. Heavier showers also crossing the Strait of Juan de Fuca, too, near Port Angeles. There is some shower activity here in Port Orchard, but depending on cloud coverage, this could limit activity farther inland, east of that green contour. Let's go look at some wind gusts real quick. Gusting to 44 out here at Westport. 60 at Crystal Summit to be expected. That's way up there. 58 here, Coldwater Ridge near Mount St. Helens, another expected spot. Getting up to 64 here. This is 1080 peak near the junction of Highway 101 and 26 along the Oregon coast, due east of Cannon Beach. This is up on a ridge, however, so just a heads up, this is over 1,000 feet above sea level. Currently gusting to 29 at Bowerman Airport here in Hoquiam, and 44 on the north end of Westport still. So strong thunderstorm winds have not quite made it towards the surface with this next round. But some pretty blustery conditions around the area too. Gusting to 48 here out of the southeast, once again at Whidbey Naval Air Station. It should switch to westerly once the front makes it up to that area. And you don't see this too often at the Hump Tulip Station up here, up in the ridge area. So this is pretty far above sea level. This is gusting to 51 miles per hour right now, probably based on convective activity, which means thunderstorms. 52 here in Astoria near the bridge. And then we can refresh this map right here, and this shows you, go back to day 1, that the marginal risk has been expanded farther north of the initial area. If you expand it out to 25 miles from the green line, which is the effective area, then this does include the cities of Olympia and Shelton as well. See, 2% tornado risk for the parts of the southwest interior and the southern Washington coast, and a 5% wind risk for the area, and they took out the 5% hail risk for this region, which I believe is a good call. We're not seeing really any favorable lapse rates for storms across the area right now. But let's look at some new models, the short-range models, to see what they have to show for this afternoon. A personal favorite for convection is the NAM3KM model. See what it has to show for the area. Make sure I'm on the current 18Z, not the previous 18Z. This shows some thunderstorms moving into Cowlitz County near Castle Rock here in the next half an hour or so. Then this shows a potential line of strong storms, either strong showers or thunderstorms with a small hail and lightning chance moving into the SeaTac area around 5 p.m. this afternoon. Some additional strong storms possible off the coast as well. This has some of that shower activity continuing into the early morning hours tomorrow. Then the next frontal system comes in and brings an additional round of showers and thunderstorms, especially along the coast, before things start to dry out this weekend. And we have a potentially nice weekend on tap for this area too. So sun lovers rejoice. This is the current, let's go to the 19Z out 16 hours. Sometimes this overdoes it, so I don't always take this seriously, but see, look at how overkill the HER3KM is on these showers. It has big storms in the area all the way into early tomorrow morning, but I'm not really confident with that forecast. So I think the NAM3KM, has this pretty much down to a T. This has some potential thunderstorms, small hail makers, and possible rotating thunderstorms moving along the I-5 corridor all the way from the Portland area up into Olympia and farther north into the Kitsap Peninsula. So if you're watching from Port Orchard, this could affect you a little bit later on this afternoon, right around sunset. The chance is there to see some nocturnal lightning now that the sun sets around 5 p.m. So just as a heads up to everybody, the possibility is there for some lightning in the SeaTac area once nightfall is this area. And we just got a new special weather statement for the new thunderstorm that's currently over the Aberdeen area. Let me go into coverage on this real quick. Strong thunderstorm will impact portions of central Grace Harbor and southwestern Mason counties through 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. At 12:25 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm over Hoquiam moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So these storms are not slow movers whatsoever. Winds in excess of 40 miles per hour. And pea-size hail. Winds in excess does not always mean wind gusts, so we could get wind gusts 50 plus or higher with some of these storms as they move into the area. This one does have severe potential, like the one earlier, although it wasn't warned because it was so short notice. You know, it was a really short notice thing. Like I got a notification that the airport hit 60 and the storm was already out of there. It was already into the foothills of the Olympics. This includes the cities of Aberdeen, Hoquiam, Cosmopolis, and Junction City along the coast. So I'm gonna go and post this real quick in the rapid fire update chat. If you're not already in that channel on Facebook, please consider joining it. It is the quickest way to get critical weather information like this outside of live streams. So yeah, for anyone just joining in, breaking into live weather coverage here amidst some strong thunderstorms making landfall right now off the coast. Currently have a radar indicated strong thunderstorm producing a max wind gusts, so it does look like it's wind gusts. Wish they would word this better, to say wind gusts in excess of 40 miles per hour. Max wind gusts possibly up to 40 miles per hour and pea-sized hail possible as this storm moves into mainly rural areas of Grace Harbor County, including the foothills of the Olympics. Good to see people have their live stream notifications on. Sorry guys, got butterfingers on the keyboard today. Let's just make sure the right stream posted, because for some reason it's showing wind advisories and flood alerts on here. But no, it does look like that is the correct stream, just a different name for some reason. So yeah, that's the current alert in effect. Welcome everyone just joining us. Currently tracking some thunderstorms making landfall on the coast right now. Some of these could move inland as we go into the afternoon time. But lightning just crossed the highway over Hoquiam and Aberdeen. See, lightning strikes directly over Highway 101 in the last 5 minutes, but now starting to move off into the Wishkah River Valley. These are moving towards the north-northeast between 40 and 45 miles per hour. So these are some racers coming in. Heavier rain also starting to come in along the Hood Canal too. The heavy rain also rolling off the Olympics into Sequim and areas of Sequim Bay all the way up to Discovery Bay. This includes Diamond Point in the Jamestown Reservation. So it looks like the break in the rain for Seattle is just about over. Light rain and dark skies. Also breezy conditions down here in Milton at this time, as seen here. But some heavy rain moving onto the Key Peninsula here in just a few minutes. And the thunderstorm responsible for the alert has crossed Highway 101. And is still producing abundant lightning as it moves up the Wishkah River into more rural parts of Grace Harbor County towards the Olympic foothills. Wind gusts of 43 recorded at Tokeland Point not long ago. Gusting to 30 here at Fort Lewis. 41 and 51 up here in the foothills of the Olympics. Not seeing much of this wind so far in the Puget Sound. Luckily those east winds calmed down overnight, but heard a lot of people chiming in on those east winds for the foothills, so good to see that the warning and the heads up got out there overnight. So currently a strong shower up here near Lake Cushman, moving almost parallel to the Hood Canal. This will affect areas of Hoodsport, Brennan, Lily-Wap, and Quilcene over the next half hour to 45 minutes. And some heavier showers moving onto the Key Peninsula and moving over parts of Kitsap County back into the northern parts of Vashon Island. These showers will be moving towards the Seattle area in the next half hour, just as a heads up, in case you may be outdoors during this time. Let's go see what it looks like on radar scope real quick. So here's the current weather advisory for Grace Harbor County. This includes Hoquiam, Aberdeen, Cosmopolis, Junction City, the westernmost parts of Central Park, into the foothills of Grace Harbor, just east of Hump Tulips. A strong area of disorganized convective storms moving into the Ocean Shores area right now towards the radar site. So a good chance you may be hearing some thunder between Westport and Ocean Shores in the next few minutes if you haven't started hearing it already. Some of these squalls are starting to move into southwestern Lewis County as well. Yeah, that special marine warning was allowed to expire for areas of Tokeland Bay Center and Ocean Park. A storm has since moved into the Aberdeen area, no longer poses a waterspout risk. But we are seeing an area of enhanced reflectivity here on radar, just outside of Aberdeen Gardens. So there is the outside chance for this to go severe briefly as it moves off into the foothills, but not quite likely right now. Currently some heavy showers capable of producing lightning and small hail moving into Ocean Shores. Let's go to dual plane mode and look at velocity. I'm going to set this to storm relative velocity. You can see the area of strong winds right here. And note, this isn't too far away from the radar site, so this is only looking between 400 and 600 feet above the ground. That's not very high, so it takes a little lower end shower to mix these strong winds down towards the surface for these areas. Currently, radar is showing winds up to 45 miles per hour just offshore of Westport and Ocean Shores, moving over Ocean Shores at this time. This thunderstorm near Aberdeen Gardens also exhibits some low-level rotation too. Once again, near the radar site, so this is only a few hundred feet above the ground, not a few thousand. Anyone to the northeast of Aberdeen may see the clouds rotating a little bit. You have inbounds towards the radar and outbounds away from the radar. That's your rotation right there. Storm is moving towards the north-northeast at about 45 miles per hour. So look for the general Seattle area real quick. So yeah, strong shower paralleling the Hood Canal right now towards the north-northeast. Currently over Lilywop, moving into Brennan, parts of Quilcene in the next half hour. This does have small hail and lightning potential, just as a heads up. You're seeing some areas of enhanced reflectivity currently over the Key Peninsula too. This will move again to the north-northeast towards the Seattle Metro. Gusting to 26 miles per hour out of the south here at Tacoma Narrows ahead of these showers. Also gusting to 29 out of the southeast here at Gray Army Airfield and 21 out of the south here at Olympia Regional. Have a flurry of Facebook comments coming in, so I'm going to go look at those real quick. But in the meantime, just leave up the radar image right here. Yeah, it looks a little disorganized right now. The storm mode's a bit sloppy. We don't really have these discrete cells coming ashore right now. The only discrete one we have is currently moving into the Grace Harbor County foothills. This will stay to the east of Hump Tulips, Neilton, and Amanda Park as it moves off into mainly rural areas of Grays Harbor and potentially Mason and Jefferson counties, depending on the behavior from the Olympic Mountains on this storm. Ooh, notifications are 20 plus on Facebook. Got a report of gusty in Federal Way at 12:30. Yeah, rain's coming down nice and steady here at the office in Milton right now. Looks like a new little shower trying to turn into a thunderstorm here in Willapa Bay. So we'll move over almost the exact same area as this one, maybe a little bit farther east. So we may have to watch areas like Montesano and Central Park as this storm tries to get going over Willapa Bay. This will move in the Bay Center and parts east of Tokeland, possibly as far east as South Bend here along Willapa Bay too. So do be prepared for the chance of lightning there in the next few minutes. So my Facebook is actually lagging because it has so many notifications right now. Someone said south side power is flickering, backyards under a foot of water. Not along the coast, so that is most likely due to the high tidal overflow with those king tides. The storm hit Pierce County Graham area. Thunder in ocean shores and heavy rain. What about Ethel, Onalaska, Washington area? Okay, so we have 16 minutes left on this alert. It will expire at 1 p.m. Still getting lightning strikes as this moves north of the Aberdeen Gardens area, luckily staying east of Hump Tulips. But this line of showers with embedded thunderstorms is moving over the radar site right now. This is coming towards the Hump Tulips area and will move up towards the north-northeast at around 45 to 50 miles per hour, possibly affecting Neilton, Amanda Park, and Quinault in the next hour and a half or so. So wouldn't be surprised if we're already seeing lightning and hearing thunder here at the Grays Harbor Bar. See, there's a little bit of rotation in this storm as it moves off into the foothills also. Julie, welcome. Good afternoon, Anthony. How does it look for Yelm tonight? We're going down there for the evening. So Yelm is included in the 25-mile range of this contour. You go out to 25 miles along a point along this curve. Yelm is well within it. This extends out to Fort Lewis, DuPont, and Roy as well, here in Pierce County. This also includes the cities of Olympia and Shelton, too. So just as a heads up, you have a slight chance of seeing strong to severe thunderstorms tonight. But right now, it's looking like the most favorable area is going to be along the coast here, where there is a mesoscale discussion in effect. A current really long fuse special marine warning for these showers moving towards Astoria, Seaside, and Cannon Beach. If they follow this path, they could make it into parts of eastern Pacific and Lewis counties and parts of southeastern Grace Harbor and western Thurston counties as the afternoon goes on. Probably be after dark though, so just stay weather aware. If you have access to a radar or a lightning app, I would definitely have that on standby for sure. Good to see a lot of people getting the message out there. Thank you guys for continuing to share the posts on Facebook. Miss Courtney Olivia, welcome in. How's it going to be in Gig Harbor? It's very calm and no rain yet. Yeah, well, the rain is on your doorstep, so don't get your hopes up too quick that it's going to stay dry. It is literally like on your doorstep. Moderate to heavy rain coming in very shortly to Gig Harbor and the surrounding area. Heavy showers also directly over the Hood Canal too. These are going to move into Quilcene, Port Ludlow, Port Hadlock, and parts of Port Townsend. And moving towards Whidbey Island here in the next hour and a half or so. These are quick movers, so these are moving towards the north-northeast at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. Just as a heads up for you, stay weather aware because you may be outside this 25-mile risk zone for severe weather, but you're still well in this zone for thunderstorms, which includes pretty much all of the Pacific Northwest except for the southeast portion of Idaho, southeast Oregon, and north central Washington here. You're all included in a thunderstorm risk today, a general thunderstorm risk. How is tonight looking? Well, I'm very glad you asked that. Let's go update the Windy app real quick. Not seeing any lightning over Hood Canal, which is good. But lightning starting up in the Wishkah River area up towards the Olympic foothills here in Grace Harbor County. Lots of lightning moving on the ocean shores right now as well. Here's what the model run shows. Currently, this is the most recent run of the NAM 3KM, my favorite model when it comes to convective activity like this. Looking like scattered strong showers, possible thunderstorms. These would likely produce small hail and locally gusty winds for a short amount of time. Looking like between 4 to 5 p.m. for the Seattle-Tacoma metro area and 4 p.m. for the I-5 corridor from Portland north. These would move through pretty quick. Once again, they're moving around 40 to 45 miles per hour to the northeast. So do be advised that that chance of thunderstorms does exist for the Puget Sound area as soon as the sun goes down tonight. The more clearing we can get ahead of these storms, the better. With the cloud activity currently over the area, this will help inhibit a lot of storm initiation. See, the sun breaks are ending for Whidbey Island. Rain now moving into the Seattle area. That map is my fave. You're talking about the windy map here? Definitely is good to see that we have the isobar contours here, although we don't really need that for this session. But it has the lightning overlay, satellite imagery, and the radar overlay, which is really helpful. Yeah, highly recommend Windy, especially the mobile app. The desktop app that I'm using has some bugs that I hope get patched soon, but still an overall really good app nonetheless. Not seeing any more big gusts here at the Bowerman Field, so it looks like that thunderstorm passed without producing severe wind gusts over Hoquiam, which is good news. Let's see, we're gusting to 62 here now at the Astoria-Megler Bridge, amidst some thunderstorm activity moving in off the coast. Still gusting to 30 here at Fort Lewis, but not too much around this general area. Still gusting to around 50 miles per hour here at Oak Harbor from the southeast ahead of this frontal system. should switch to out of the west or the southwest after the front passes through this afternoon. Rain just started in Gig Harbor. All right. What are the chances of that? Yeah, it really depends on the cloud coverage. See, we have some cloud breaks here, down here in central Lewis County and western Lewis County, moving up into Thurston County. This could locally enhance the storm activity for a short while. See, we just got some thunderstorms near the PL area. I believe this is still just west of Lewis County, but let me double check on that real quick. Looks like this would be moving towards the Oakville area. Oakville, Malone, and Porter. So Highway 12 between Elma and Rochester could get some of these thunderstorms here real soon. This was within the last 5 minutes or so. Looks like we have a new weather alert for that line just crossing over the weather radar as well. This does include Hump Tulips, Neilton, Amanda Park, and parts of Quinault. Pea-size hail and wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour possible through 1:15. So we got to go cross-post this to the... that's why I didn't get the ding, because my sound is off. Because I get audio feedback through the headphones. Anyways, we need to go cross-post that real quick. Let me show you guys the alert right here. So this is for Hump Tulips, Neilton, Amanda Park, and parts of Quinault. It also includes Ocean City Beach and Copalis Beach as well. Here we go, is posted in the rapid fire update group. Thank you guys for your reports on Facebook. Much appreciated. You know, I had a really, really nasty comment sent to me late last night. The person was blocked fairly quickly. You know, but yeah, it was a pretty nasty comment that was posted on Facebook. Wind starting to pick up excuse me, I keep forgetting the wrong harbor. I keep wanting to say Grace Harbor or Oak Harbor. Gig Harbor. That's what I mean. Yeah, these heavy showers could drag the winds down towards the surface a bit. So don't be surprised if it gets windy for a brief amount of time ahead of these showers. You're right on top of Brennan right now. We're getting some really beneficial precipitation for any fires that are still burning, including the Bear Gulch and Tunnel Creek, although these are mostly full containment now. Luckily, we haven't really had to worry about the fires for the last month or so. Really, really encouraging news. That's how you know you're doing well. Keep on going, my friend. Yeah, thank you all for the kind wishes. See, any new lightning down here in the last 4 minutes or so? No, looks like 5 minutes or so out. Over the Willapa Hills right now, moving into parts of extreme northwestern Lewis, southern Thurston, and eastern Grays Harbor counties. A little outlier thunderstorm right there right now. Ooh, we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for parts of Clatsop and Tillamook counties. Just hope the radar doesn't block it too much, but potential severe... Ooh, damage threat considerable. Wow. 70 miles per hour radar indicated. That is really unusual for this area. Moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. National Weather Service in Portland has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southern Clatsop and northwestern Tillamook counties until 1:30. A severe thunderstorm was located over Garibaldi, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. That is some Great Plains level speed right there. 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts. Radar indicated. Expect considerable tree damage. Damage is possible to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings, including Garibaldi, Manzanita, Jewel, Rockaway Beach, LC. I'm going to butcher some of these names, so excuse me. Cape Mears, Bay City, Wheeler, New Halem, Hamlet, Moeller, Clatskanie, Summit, Foss, Nicanicum. I probably butchered that really hard. Sorry about that. Saddle Mountain and Salmonberry. You don't see a considerable tag too often on that, so really high confidence from the NWS in Portland. But it's crossing over a high terrain area, so will it enhance the storms or will it inhibit the storms? We shall see. This heavy rain and sun breaks at the same time here in Milton. Yeah, it's pretty strong thunderstorm moving over the Coast Range right now. Just moved over, well, moving directly into Clatsop County right now. We still have that really long special marine warning in effect. That should be allowed to expire in the next 18 minutes. Yeah, that's really heavy wording for this area from the National Weather Service in Portland. I want to see if the coastal radar is picking up any lightning strikes up here yet. Doesn't look like it. Ooh, look at that feature. Looks like some parts of the coast just lost power from strong winds. Yeah, we'll see if they extend this severe thunderstorm warning into Wahkiakum County when it crosses the Columbia. Because this would be something to watch for areas like PL here in western Lewis County. Just turned on the cam for Westport and it's rocking. Holy moly. If possible, can you send me a link to that cam, please? So a lot of activity moving on the coast here right now. This significant weather advisory should be allowed to expire very soon for the Aberdeen Gardens area. Yeah, 2 minutes. That should be allowed to expire. Storms moving into a difficult area to track on radar with the foothills and the mountains, so it may be hard to see the full extent of this storm. Still producing lightning at this time, though. But the storms right behind it here are moving into hump tulips right now. Yeah, that's some really, really strong wording from NWS Portland. Knew it was going to be a busy weather day, but not this busy. Pretty long severe warning as well. Be interested to see if the NWS in Seattle matches the actions of NWS Portland here. Because Pacific, Wahkiakum, and Cowlitz County seen here, these are parts of NWS Portland. Once you get into Lewis and Grace Harbor counties, these are NWS Seattle. Will that thunderstorm hit Port Orchard? It's currently not projected to move that way, a little bit west, but by the time it reaches up here, it likely will not be at the same strength as it is over the Oregon coast right now. These thunderstorms will probably weaken a bit as they move farther inland. And we're not seeing too much cloud break activity to allow that solar heating to reach the ground right now. You know, and I don't think the models are compensating for that either. So the models may be overdoing the thunderstorm coverage for the area. Yeah, some more breaks in the showers coming up here for Tacoma. Some heavier showers moving into the area right now. Looks like no new lightning with that storm moving towards Oakville right now. But still quite a bit of lightning with that significant storm moving into the Hump Tulips area. And currently no lightning over in the Puget Sound area either. Let's see, here's that severe thunderstorm complex over the Coast Range right now. It's moving over some rugged terrain, so that could be locally enhancing the lift for it. So could start to see these severe thunderstorms down here weaken as they roll off the Coast Range into lower terrains down here. But there's always an outside chance we get a severe thunderstorm somewhere in southwest Washington or along the coast today too. So just an added heads up for that. So it looks like the only lightning activity over Washington at the moment is here in the Hump Tulips area. It's moving up towards Hump Tulips and will affect the parts of Neilton, Amanda Park, and Quinault in the next hour or so. Storms are racing towards the north-northeast at around 45 miles per hour. Although the tag for the severe thunderstorm down here has it racing at 55 miles per hour to the northeast, which means it could move up into the Cathlamet area in the next hour or less. These cloud breaks here could help the activity a bit. If we can really get the sun out across this area, this could enhance these showers and thunderstorms moving into the area before the sun sets tonight. So we'll have to keep close tabs on that as well. Seeing the sun start to peek out here in Milton. Wonder if this storm or heavy shower, over Brennan will pop out a lightning strike very soon. Looks pretty good here on radar. At the very least, looks to be a small hail maker directly over the city of Brennan, crossing the Hood Canal right now. Ooh. Just got sent a video. A pretty strong downburst wherever that was. The viewer did not include the location in it. Yeah, I wanna play this video for you guys real quick that I got. It's from Mindy Gudaz. Go through it one more time. This was sent in by a viewer. Assuming this is along the coast, but heavy rain, strong wind gusts, looking like easily in excess of 50 plus miles per hour for the area. So thank you to the viewer who submitted that. Yeah, a little bit concerned about these cloud breaks moving into the area. This could really enhance the shower activity before it crosses into the Seattle-Tacoma area. Now it looks like we have lightning that just crossed the Washington border over the Columbia River, the mouth of the Columbia. Go check some wind gusts again. 46 here at Westport. Still 63 here at Astoria. 46 here over Huckleberry Ridge and the Willapa Hills, but not too much going on around the Puget Sound area right now. Remember, model guidance does show potential thunderstorms, or at the very least, small hail makers moving up the I-5 corridor between about 4 and 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time this afternoon, just as a heads up. So it may not be compensating for cloud cover, though, so it may be overdoing these cells a little bit, just as a heads up. Starting to see some lightning here on the Washington side of the Columbia now. This is ahead of that severe thunderstorm complex over Oregon right now. Not detected on radar scope yet, but it's this little complex near Rossburg right now. Moving off towards the north-northeast and will affect mostly eastern Pacific County. This is also on the way towards the Oakville and Porter area. The Oakville, Malone, Porter, Chehalis Village area. It is currently in the track of that. So yeah, there's your severe thunderstorm. I was really surprised when I saw thunderstorm damage threat considerable. This is extremely rare for this area. Extremely rare. It's really strong wording being used by the National Weather Service in Portland. Right now, plenty of lightning, some of it behind the main storm complex too. So this is lightning that is striking several miles out from the parent thunderstorm. This is crossing Highway 101 over hump tulips right now, and just on the south side of Neilton, near Amanda Park, moving up into the Quinault Reservation area of Grays Harbor County. Luckily, this is moving towards mainly rural areas and mountainous terrain, so not expecting any serious property damage with this. This marine warning should be allowed to expire here in 7 minutes. The severe thunderstorm warning has 21 minutes left on it. Hail around 3/4 of an inch in diameter, which is around penny size or so. Julie, I see you sent the video message. I'm gonna open that up real quick. All right, Julie, if you're still in here, am I allowed to share this video real quick? So like it's a little hard to tell with the compression here on Facebook, but it looks like maybe a little bit of localized damage possible from a storm in that area. It's hard to tell because it won't let me open it full screen on here. Yes, please. Yeah, I'm not sure if I can open it full screen though, and I don't want to reveal the messages. So for now, I'm just going to leave that be because right now it doesn't allow me to open it in the video player for some reason. Probably because it was in the form of a message and not a comment. That explains. Actually, hang on. We might be onto something here. Yeah, never mind that. It's an attachment. So hang on. Let me transfer this to the main screen real quick. Thank you, Julie Olson in the chat for sending this video. Let's go back and start this from the beginning. The low resolution. It does look like heavy rain in the area. It's hard to tell if that's a tree sagging or a line also in the area. May have some branches sagging right there too, but certainly looks like that line may be sagging right there over the truck. But feel free to correct me on that. It's got lightning and thunder right now. Okay. Yeah, you guys won't be able to hear the audio from this video, just as a heads up. I'm not hearing any thunder in this right now. Thank you very much, Julie, for sharing that video with me. Really good sun popping out here in Milton right now. A little bit of concern for later on if the sun stays out. Especially with the rain that just fell, this could help evaporate that rain that fell back into the atmosphere, adding warm and moist air into an already cooler, unstable environment. Mixing of those air masses could allow these thunderstorms to flare up a little stronger when they move into this area tonight. So, I can't stress that possibility enough. Looking a little more organized here on radar over Paulsbo, too. Looks like this shower activity is spreading out a little more east over the Hood Canal, but still not seeing any lightning activity on that quite yet. Not seeing any new wind gusts over the area either. Can hear the wind whipping. Yeah, the sound's coming through my headphones, which are separate from my head right now, so sorry, I couldn't hear that with really high fidelity. Apologies if I would have missed that. See, how does this look on radar scope? Yeah, it's looking pretty good on radar scope. Wouldn't be surprised if we get some thunder here in Port Ludlow very shortly. Sherry, welcome to the stream. Can you say again when the Puget Sound may get thunder and lightning storm tonight? Possibly between 4 and 5 p.m. That's what current model guidance shows for this area. It's 4 to 5 p.m. These are very quick moving showers, so they'll be in and out pretty quickly. I need to post this update to my rapid fire update channel real quick, and they just put out a new special marine warning for relatively the same area that the old marine warning was in effect for. So this is for the North Oregon coast. New marine warning in effect. A new round of showers capable of producing waterspouts. This does have the waterspout possible tag in it, as well as damaging wind gusts up to 58 miles per hour. This includes Cannon Beach, Tillamook, Arch Cape, and Seaside. If you know anyone who may be down there, go ahead and give them the buzz. Just wanted you all to see how far past Aberdeen the storm was as it had slacked off. Thank you very much for sending me the video, Julie. Yeah, it looks like some of these squalls are starting to make it into western, Lewis County now too. Starting to hear thunder. I swear I just heard a boom as well, but I'm not sure about thunder. Not seeing any of this activity over Tacoma at the moment. Actually, a clearing over Tacoma. It may be likely something else that you're hearing. Yeah, because there's no thunderstorm within 50 miles of Tacoma right now. Watching this area up near Port Ludlow also has a little bit of that rotation too. See inbound winds, outbound winds rotating right there. That is definitely some low-level rotation with this little cell. I'm not going to say storm quite yet, but it just crossed highways 104 and 19 heading into Port Ludlow right now. At the very least, looks like a small hail and possibly strong wind risk for a short amount of time. I'm not seeing anything major at the moment. Looks like they allowed that advisory to expire for the hump tulips in Neilton area. But still lots of lightning here around Highway 101. And some additional embedded squalls coming off the Willapa Hills too. This is about to cross Highway 6 east of Labam between Labam and PL. Excuse me if I pronounced that name wrong. Thunder in Aberdeen still and tons of hail. Yeah, that area is not out of the woods yet. Still some isolated cells starting to pop up here on the radar too. So the main area of cells are moving ashore right now. But still some pop-up showers and thunderstorms off the coast, mainly over northern Oregon right now. So for anyone who may be caught off guard by that. But heavier showers moving into Olympia right now. Strong winds possible with these also. Olympia is included in the 25-mile radius of this marginal risk here. So there is a slim but non-zero chance of severe thunderstorms in the Olympia area tonight. Let me just show you guys the model runs again. It's real fast to see what it's showing for the area. So this would be at 1 o'clock. The NAM didn't do a good job showing this. He didn't have any thunderstorm down over the Longview, Castle Rock area, so that I don't agree with. But it does show between 4 p.m. and 5 p.m. here. These possible small hail makers and possible lightning makers as well, moving up through the Seattle metro area. The HRRR normally overdoes this activity as seen here. So far, we go back in time, it's actually doing an alright job showing the severe thunderstorms off the coast here, but not too sure how it's going to translate to the inland potential for storms. This shows the timing around 3 o'clock for the Seattle-Tacoma area, so about an hour to 2 hours earlier than what the NAM's showing. So it'll be interesting to see which model prevails in this case. Well, the winds pick up. It's looking likely that we'll get some briefly strong winds with some of these stronger cells as they move into the area. Just as a heads up, could get some breezy winds ahead of that tonight. Just got a notification that the severe thunderstorm warning is continued for Clatsop and Tillamook counties in Oregon. They just shaved off a little bit of area on it. So just showing this here. Let me bring this over to the main window real quick. Update issued just a minute ago. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 1:30 for southern Clatsop and northwestern Tillamook counties in northwestern Oregon. 9 miles west of Jewel, moving northeast at a whopping 55 miles per hour. Still showing 60 to 70 mile per hour radar indicated wind gusts. It's not too often you see a damage threat considerable tag on these too. Extremely rare around these areas. It's really dark off to the northwest, but it's sunny directly over Milton right now. Can we get just enough of that sunlight for just enough time to possibly kick up some thunderstorms here in the Seattle-Tacoma area? Doesn't always translate to that, but the potential is there. So just as an added heads up. You see what the NAM shows for winds tonight. Showing wind gusts getting close to 40 miles per hour for some of these areas around 5 p.m. And that could be convective as well, which means not necessarily within the area of low pressure or the front itself, but more of a convective threat. And you just got a report of a thunderstorm wind gust of 60 miles per hour at 1 p.m. 3 miles east of Cannon Beach. Let me pull up this storm report real quick. That is within the severe thunderstorm boundaries here. Mesonet station PC 411 1080 peak measured a 60 mile per hour wind gust at 1 p.m. Just got another update. 2 miles west-northwest of Garibaldi, Oregon. Look at that, 68 miles per hour. Wow. 2 miles west-northwest of Garibaldi. That is impressive. So it just shows you how strong some of the winds are with these thunderstorms over northwest Oregon right now. Seeing some of the heavier shower activity start to push east into Everett. But still no lightning detected within this complex of showers between Paulsbo and Port Ludlow. A little break in the rain for the Tacoma area right now, and this break is coming up towards Seattle, but some rain coming in behind it. And now some new lightning strikes being detected just southwest of PL here. These should be moving towards the PL area, may just miss PL city limits to the west. Just a hair to the west. Thank you everyone for tuning in to Puget Sound Stormwatch for your live weather coverage around the area right now. Looks like there's 15 of you guys hanging out in the chat. Up to 19 likes and 200 views. Been streaming for around an hour, 15 minutes so far. For live breaking weather coverage, thunderstorms, strong winds, small hail, and coastal flooding, the main theme for today. Looks like we'll have to post an update here for PL as well. Yeah, lightning's showing up on radar scope. We're going to post that to the Rapid Fire Update channel right now. Getting windy up here in Bellingham. Hello, Keith Capillaro. Welcome back to the stream. Yeah, it could get a bit breezy up there tonight. Currently winds out of the southeast around Whidbey Island, but should be switching to the west here soon. Thanks for doing it, Anthony. Everybody like and share. Thank you for the kind words, Julie Olson. Looks like all the local weather pages have their hands full. See, a lot of them are overloaded right now with these alerts. Looks like a few people have already left the Rapid Fire Update channel, which I expected. Usually we get a huge influx of people, and then as soon as it goes rapid fire like it says, people immediately hop out because they may be in areas like Bellingham and nothing's happening over there, but it's all happening to the southwest, and it doesn't relate to them. So it's a given, but it is a calculated risk to take having a channel like that. No rain in Bellingham yet. Thank you for the report, Keith. The new page was also created for Whidbey Island weather by Jonathan Poley. Also, if you guys want to check out the Whidbey Island weather page, it's a really great resource of weather up there in that microclimate area. So we'd expect to possibly see some updates from that page soon with this complex of showers moving into Whidbey Island. Let's look at the bigger picture here real quick. See a lot of these unstable showers and thunderstorms coming in, not being picked up on the radar yet, but that is a classic signature for instability. See these bubbling cumulus towers right here, all along the Oregon and Washington coast, all the way up to BC and Vancouver Island as well. Mark says, I had on and off rain already. Where are the winds going tomorrow? So we can at least get a general idea here on the NAM. I think the NAM's overdoing it quite a bit. So I'm not really going to focus on what the NAM's showing because it's showing over 50 miles per hour for Tacoma. I don't think that's going to verify because the NAM has done some injustices to us for recent wind forecasts. So I'm going to go see what the European model shows for this. If Pivotal doesn't crash again, which it did. Let's go look at 6-hour average wind gusts. Bree says, watching some very dark clouds coming into the Puyallup Spanaway area. It's getting quite a bit breezy here from the south, too, here in Milton. So let's see what it has to show for the same time tomorrow. It has between 30 to 40 mile per hour gusts, which seems much more appropriate for the frontal system that we're expecting. But some strong winds, possibly up to 55 to 60 miles per hour here possible along the Washington coast and along Hurricane Ridge as well. Some of this could translate up to the Nanaimo, BC area and San Juan Islands, parts of Bellingham also getting in that 40 plus mile per hour area. This would be between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. tomorrow, and then behind that front, still a little gusty, but not too much after that. So I think I agree more with what the European is showing here. You notice it also shows some strong winds possible for the November 13th time frame, as well as a possible bigger event possible. Keep saying possible, bear with me. For Sunday the 16th, the morning of as well, showing potential damaging winds around the area. Confidence is low right now, though, since this is 270 hours into the future. So this is over 10 days out. So there's a good chance that signal changes though, but we will keep tabs on that. Just, yeah, you guys got a quick little preview of what the people on the subscribers and Patreon subscribers page see. They started posting about the November 13th possible event. Ooh, and we hit 59 again here at Hoquiam and 51 at Tokeland Point. Okay, so the severe thunderstorm warning for Clatsop and Tillamook counties in Oregon was just allowed to expire. So good news there. But we are watching this thunderstorm moving into the PL area right now. So thunder probably already being heard here in the city limits of PL, which is seen right here. Dark clouds around the mountains and Ladysmith, but a mixture of sun. Yeah, some heavy rain once again moving into the Tacoma area. So that sun that we're getting right now is going to be relatively short-lived. We'll see this warning box pop off the map here in just a moment. Uh, 2128Z. So 3 minutes ago, I just got a report from the Bowerman Airfield that they hit 61. Let me see if that's accurate or not. Don't have a most recent update yet. We're waiting for the 125 and 130 observations, but most recent gust is shown here. Wind 43 miles per hour, gust 59 out of the south-southwest at 1:20 p.m. This is at the Bowerman Airport in Hoquiam. Just waiting for an update from the map to see if it's legit or not. Sun in Bellingham. Yeah, sorry guys if I'm distracting you by switching all these tabs over. See, the yellow box disappeared there. Just got a lot going on at the moment, trying to switch seamlessly between tabs here so I can give it all to you in a relatively quick rundown. These are some of the showers that's looking pretty strong off the coast there. These could go severe when they move onshore as well. This is the line of showers that could possibly move up through the Puget Sound area in the next couple of hours, so we'll have to watch those closely. Can we get enough cloud breaks ahead of this to intensify these storms briefly, enough to get some lightning around here? That is the big question right now. At the very least, it's looking more like a heavy rain, gusty wind, small hail kind of threat for the Puget Sound around sunset this afternoon. See, quite a few lightning strikes being picked up here on the Pacific County side of Highway 6, but these will cross Highway 6 right around the Pacific and Lewis County border here into PL very shortly. See, we have quite a bit of rotation on these storms here, especially on this one right down here. See the inbounds to the radar and the outbounds from the radar? That is low-level rotation. Same here as well. And some weaker, but still there right here. Moving on onshore around Cannon Beach. So wouldn't be surprised if maybe we get another little severe thunderstorm warning there. Looking at the Canadian Doppler radar, the Abbotsford one. Yeah, I don't always use the Canadian radar for up there, to be honest. I usually just use the Camino Island radar. Just my personal preference. And once again, 61 miles per hour. Let's see if that refreshed. Sure enough, 61 miles per hour. A new record on the day here at Hoquiam Bowerman Airfield. You see if there's any storms in that area. It doesn't currently look like there's any storms in that area, so it might just be the back end of this front coming through, potentially. But yeah, seeing some damaging winds down there in Hoquiam by the airfield right now. I use both sometimes. I gotta get up for a quick stretch real quick, everyone. Yeah, it's looking extremely dark to the southwest right now. Sun's about to get blocked out by the incoming showers. Thank you all for hanging in there. Just taking my dietary supplements real quick. I got so distracted by the weather today, I almost forgot to take my vitamins and supplements. It was so windy in Mount Vernon, hardly slept. Comment from Facebook. Right now, these storms off the Oregon coast have a current trajectory towards eastern Pacific and eastern Grace Harbor counties, and possibly, again, parts of northwestern Lewis counties. Wind gusts of 43 around noon at Bellingham. Thank you for letting me know that, Keith. Main leading storm is just about to make landfall on Cannon Beach, so it'll be interesting to see what the National Weather Service in Portland does after that. Will they put a special weather statement out, or will they put another severe thunderstorm warning out for that? Or will they just leave it be? That is the big question. because that severe thunderstorm warning could be extended over parts of the Columbia River into parts of Washington too, if it were to be issued. Got a lot of dried up junk on my glasses, so just trying to scrub that off real quick. Yeah, it looks like that thunderstorm just made landfall on Cannon Beach with that last radar scan. So will they put out another alert for that storm, I wonder? Just have to watch the IEM bot and see what happens. Got a link to the bot that I use to get these alerts in the stream description below. It's weather.im/IEM bot. Then you just type in your forecast office. In this case, I typed in Portland and Seattle. And it will open up a room with all of the recent alerts that are issued by said offices. Yeah, it just got really dark here with those showers coming into Milton now. Literally right on the leading edge of these. Yeah, heavy showers moving into Gig Harbor, Tacoma Narrows, Ruston, Point Defiance, and some light to moderate showers just moving into Edgewood, Milton. Looks like those showers up north have weakened as they moved over the open waters into Whidbey Island and onto Camino Island, but still some heavy showers embedded within that area there. That's gonna have to do good enough on that. All right, Sonia, welcome to the chat. There's my moderator. Hello, good to see you again. Yes, like she said, if you're not already subbed, go ahead and give the channel a sub. Be sure to ring that bell for live stream updates in the future. Wonder if they'll put out another advisory for this, or if they'll go full-blown severe thunderstorm warning, because it looks pretty good right there on radar as this storm makes landfall right around Cannon Beach, just south of Seaside. Currently a marine warning in effect for that area for the next 30 minutes. Waterspout possible tag and wind gusts up to 58 miles per hour. Lots of lightning as well off the coast. We're mainly watching this area of showers here as it moves up the I-5 corridor over the next couple of hours. This would be our best chance of getting thunderstorms around the Puget Sound today. It's right in here. Really good rotation on that storm that cell that just crossed into Mason County also. You don't see the greens and the reds that dark and that close to each other too often around here. Sonia says, sorry I'm late. That's perfectly fine. All is good. And you weren't missing very much anyways. It's been a little bit of a slower stream today, which is fine. It's very short notice. We did hit a max 25 viewers around 129 though, by the looks of it. But we're getting close to 300 views already. 16 likes on the stream. Thank you guys so much. If you haven't already, give the stream a like. It helps YouTube to determine that this channel is the real deal. Yeah, Julie was saying, almost forgot my vitamins and supplements this morning. I took them about 5 minutes ago while I was standing up to take a stretch break. Seattle Wall Siren said, are you ready for some potential NOAA weather radio alerts today? Potentially, yes. However, I'm gonna say it's unlikely given that... Okay, that was a marine weather statement. I almost thought that was another marine warning going out. Given that most of the cells have already moved on shore, any ones over the open waters in the Seattle County warning area. Okay, they allowed that marine warning to continue until 2:15. So this marine warning here is in effect until 2:15. So it will not be canceled quite yet. And the potential is there for weather radios to go off in the Seattle area, but knowing Seattle's tendencies to be conservative with events like this, I'm going to say not too likely that we get any EASs that go out for the Seattle area today. Yeah, I definitely need those, especially now that I'm doing a new challenge to become unrecognizable by the new year. You see that gust of 58 right there at Hoquiam-Bowerman Airfield. This was behind the main activity, so most likely not associated with convection. Maybe something on Puget Sound Marine Station, but doubtful for anything for the Capitol Peak Station. Yeah, we might get some marine alerts for the Puget Sound later on, but not likely. You saw how eerily dark it got outside here in Milton. The sun was out 15 minutes ago. Depending on how long this shower lasts, it may put a damper on some of our area ahead of the area of strongest convection moving in. Which is why I'm hesitant to believe what the models are showing. Once again, for a review for everyone who may have missed it before, this is what the 18Z NAM 3KM is showing for simulated reflectivity across the area. They're doing a pretty good job so far on coverage, although... You know, it seems like it may be overdoing a lot of the coastal coverage here because we have no strong showers off the coast in these areas. There's also not really a strong shower out there either. It's doing a pretty good job showing the storms offshore down here in northwestern Oregon though, but this shows the strongest shower activity moving into the Seattle-Tacoma area around 5 p.m. this afternoon. But if you go and compare that to the HER 3KM, different model here, it shows that activity moving in around 3 p.m. Much more widespread, but so far this is not verifying. I think both of the primary cam models that I use, the HER and the NAM, may be overdoing the coverage. So not really seeing any convincing results on these models for the short term. Of course, once again, it's a model. It's used as a basis, so it's not to be used as an exact forecast. Ashley, welcome back. What the heck? Just got windy and is downpouring here. Assuming you're in the Eatonville area still, right? Yeah, some of these strong showers moving through are going to drag those winds down towards the surface real briefly. So just as a heads up, similar to what we saw a couple Saturdays ago when we had that area of wind that people thought was the main windstorm, but it wasn't. Those were convective downbursts where the heavy showers brought the wind down towards the surface, and a lot of areas, including Bonnie Lake, got it pretty critical out there. It took out power to most, if not all, of Bonnie Lake and some of Thurston County before the main wind event even started. She says, yes, sir. All right. Yeah, it looks like because we had a thunderstorm approaching PL earlier, but that has since dissipated. You still see some of these lightning graphics here. It looks like activity's slowing down a bit. Unfortunately, with the cloud cover now filling in, I feel like this will put a damper on our storm chances around the SeaTac area today. See, we're not done quite yet because we're getting some lightning for a lot of this convection offshore too. This one off to the west of Cannon Beach. Just not showing up on radar, so the chances are there tonight. But once the sun goes down, that should put a cap on most of the storm activity today. Keith says we'll be getting the Fraser River outflow pretty soon up here. That is true, because when the high pressure sets up after Thursday, tomorrow's frontal passage, it's going to be a 1-2 punch around here. After tomorrow's cold front comes through, then it's going to switch back to mainly offshore, and we'll have to watch for not only those northeasterly Fraser River winds, but also those easterly gap winds again. You know, for those of you guys who got the gap winds last night, another repeat looks possible this weekend, albeit nowhere near as strong, hopefully. You know, I was chatting it up with the guy that runs that station down in Enumclaw that was showing some ridiculous wind gusts last night that we were really questioning the validity of. It turns out it seems like his stuff is legitimate. You know, he showed me he runs a program off of a Raspberry Pi that converts his wind measurements based on the height of his weather station and the distance away from the houses. And so it's within about plus or minus 4 miles per hour of accuracy, which is pretty good, surprisingly. And I guess his station was approved by the National Weather Service and Weather Underground, and he's actually received rewards from Weather Underground for accuracy, so I'm not going to question that whatsoever. Grace Harbor has over 9,000 without power. I certainly believe it. Those storms that came through earlier in the Hoquiam area were no joke. Hoquiam hit a whopping 61 miles per hour not long ago. And that was behind the convection. Just heard the rain start up here in Milton. So yeah, heavy showers moving across the strait right now over Gig Harbor into Vashon Island and Tacoma. Be watching to see if some of these storms maintain their strength as they move across the I-5 corridor here this afternoon and tonight. But most likely due to it being mostly surface-based activity and relying on the sun for energy, we may start to see these storms start to break down in coverage and strength as they move into the Puget Sound area. Typical disappointment that we're really used to around here. But no surprises though. Looks like NWS in Portland will hold off on putting out any alerts for this strong marine storm that made landfall near Cannon Beach here. They're probably just going to let it be by the looks of it. Still 43 here at Hoquiam Bowerman Airport. Up to 45 here at Camino Island, and still hanging on at 48 at Whidbey Nass Station. Other than that, a little breezy at Tacoma Narrows, but nothing too much out of the realm of ordinary around here. 27 just north of Monroe, so still a little breezy up there in Monroe. It's one of those areas that got some pretty strong easterly winds overnight and this morning. Just raining right now in Port Orchard, Washington. Thank you, Riley, for your report. So yeah, this complex here would probably be our best bet of seeing any small hail or lightning in the SeaTac area tonight. Looks a little more impressive here on radar scope. Another little brief shower coming through, a little pause, and then the main round of rain and possible thunderstorms coming up right after that. So we'll be watching this complex real closely tonight. It's got super dark and windy in Eatonville. Thank you, Ashley, for your report. Someone said my barometer has dropped a bit, so I'll be paying attention. Thanks for your updates. Guess while we're all here, I'll show you a little sneak peek at this crazy comment that I got late last night. There are a few swear words in here, so just as a heads up. This was left from a now former follower down in Enumclaw at around 10:30 last night or so. I live 2 blocks out of downtown Enumclaw. I call BS. It's barely windy here at all, maybe 30-mile-per-hour gusts at the most, 5 to 10 miles per hour sustained winds. Whoever told you that there was a wind gust that large was either misinformed or high. So not only calling me out, but calling out the owner of the weather station as well, which is extremely uncalled for. On behalf of all of us in the foothills, I am so tired of you weather forecasters ridiculously exaggerating the wind, rain, snow just to gain social media followers. When I first found this page, Puget Sound Storm Watch, a year or so ago, the forecasting was fairly accurate. Shortly thereafter, you started posting about how many followers you have. The only reason I do that is because I like to remain openly transparent with the viewership. Just as an FYI to anyone who doesn't know. So not for bragging rights whatsoever. I don't see any competition in the weather. Coincidentally, that is about the same time that every single breeze was forecast as a windstorm. You're doing the community a disservice by exaggerating weather forecasts just to get likes. Not only are you causing unnecessary anxiety by blowing everything out of proportion, you are also discrediting yourself. Unfortunately, that means that those of us with a functioning brain are not going to pay attention to the boy who cried wolf, and there is actually a real weather event that we need to be aware of. Thank God there are other forecasters out there who are not exaggerating everything constantly just to get attention. You seemed very informative and very promising when I first started following you. Now you seem to be the first one blowing things out of proportion just to gain likes and followers. Sad to see someone with real talent give in to the effing drama. Yeah, by far the harshest comment I've ever received on the page. Needless to say, that lady, not a guy like a lot of people have assumed, that was a fully grown woman down there. Received an instant block from the page after that, with no questions asked. Yeah, like Ashley says, she saw this. Don't need a follower like that anyways. How dare you be proud of your success? Yeah, every 1,000 followers I get on Facebook, I post an update to the viewership. It's not for bragging rights. I can guarantee you it's not for bragging rights. It's just to let the viewership know and give them a huge thanks. Mama Miyamoto says that ain't no lady, sir. Oh, trust me, it's definitely a lady, and coincidentally their name was Karen, of all names, too. So, does that ring any bells? Not sure, but if that doesn't, then to each his own. But yeah, that was a lady named Karen, of all names, that absolutely flipped out on me last night. But thank you everyone for coming to my defense. I've seen dozens of comments coming to my defense against that lady. So, you know, thank you all very much for the support. It truly means a lot. You should frame it. You don't have to explain yourself, says Lindsay Pease. There will always be trolls here on the internet and social media. They have nothing else. I just got an alert. Ooh. Hit 70 miles per hour up on a ridge 3 miles east of Cannon Beach with the passage of a severe thunderstorm. It's up on 1080 Peak. So one of the ridges, several hundred feet, I think it's about 600 feet above sea level or so. But up to 70 miles per hour there on the ridge ahead of a severe thunderstorm. So, yeah, like Lindsay said, they have nothing to complain about. Or they have things to complain about, but they're the wrong things to complain about. Looks like lightning activity has come to a brief halt around the area. This could be because the daytime heating was cut off by a lot of low clouds around this region. We're probably not going to see much for storm activity around the Puget Sound tonight. If anyone's just joining us, hello, Anthony here with Puget Sound Stormwatch. Welcome back to our breaking live stream on severe weather in the region. Not looking severe over Washington at the moment. We did have a strong to severe storm move over Hoquiam a couple hours ago or so. That produced a 58 mile per hour wind gust at the airport, and then the 61 mile per hour wind gust after the main line came through. So record wind gust for Hoquiam on the day is 61 miles per hour earlier. Like the sun may be trying to peak out again here in Milton, too. The initial area of showers passed, and now starting to see the sun peek through again. This may be the last sun we see before these showers and storms move up into the area, but not real confident that these are going to hold together as they move into the Puget Sound. Probably get heavy rain and strong winds at the very least, maybe some small hail across these areas, but the lightning risk looks minimal right now. Check back in if any changes in our neck of the woods, all right? Thank you so much for stopping by, Ashley. Thank you again for all the support. I am south side near the old mall. This is accurate. Yeah, because lightning activity has already come to a halt around here, gusting to, it looks like 25 out of the south here in Chehalis. So looks like both weather models might have been a little bit early on this coverage. The NAM was showing 4 p.m., HER was showing 3 p.m., but it's 2 p.m. and the rain's already on deck for the I-5 corridor. I'm going to post an update to the main Facebook page real quick. What the weather is doing what it wants to and not what we thought. Praise the truth right there. Ain't that the truth? 60 degrees up here in Bellingham right now at my house. Yeah, so some of that offshore flow up there has to help with it too, because with those downslope winds we got last night, a lot of areas got back up into the 50s overnight, which is a sign of compressional downslope heating. We formerly called these Chinook winds around the area. But when an air mass is compressed, it releases heat. Also loses moisture too, so it results in a locally dry and warm air mass over the area that receives the winds. Okay, so the marine warning was allowed to expire off the Oregon coast. So this box will disappear here very shortly. I personally think that this marginal risk box was expanded a little bit too far to the east. I think if they would have kept it up to about Grays Harbor County, but maybe cut off Lewis and Wahkiakum counties here, this would have made much more sense. Because I know a lot of people are going to be like, I didn't get severe weather and I'm within this green line. And then I'm going to have to explain myself again to them, if you know what I'm saying. 59 in Parkland. Pretty toasty out there right now. You know, this is amidst some moisture from a Pineapple Express too. So a warm and moist air mass over the area for the most part. Combine that with the colder air mass coming in with the unstable air, and that's the recipe for thunderstorms right there. The mixing of air masses. Okay, posting the update to the main page right now. Well, you've seen the follower count go up again. Let's see what the other pages are posting. Looks like Washington Weather Chasers is on it. Meteorologist Chris Nunley's on it. Scott Sistak's on it. We got everyone here in the Pacific Northwest on full action mode. Okay, let's wait for this box to disappear, which will probably happen right now. No, they're going to let it expire in 5 minutes. Currently, right now, we're just watching these little embedded squalls move into the area that could produce some locally strong winds. This drags some of the stronger winds aloft down towards the surface with these downdrafts. Currently gusting to 25 here at Chehalis and 22 now here in Olympia. So not too strong at the moment, but so seeing some areas of rotation within the squalls as well. So small outside chance of seeing a funnel cloud or two with these. The rotation is over 1,000 to 1,500 feet above the ground though, so depending on if it's high precip or not, which most likely will be high precip, it may be difficult to see a funnel cloud. Although the chance is low, the chance is there. And the sun has gone away once again. Thank you guys for your temperature reports. Yeah, seeing some really nice rain squalls embedded in this line here. Just do have a history of producing rotation over the open waters, just as a heads up. Let's go see if Windy's showing any lightning right now. Which it is not. And I have lightning alerts on my phone to pop up when lightning strikes within 25 miles of Milton. So if we get any lightning here tonight, that would be the first way to know. Highly suggest I think it's called the Lightning Tracker on iOS. Yeah, it's just called Lightning on iOS. I see a lot of people use the app, so I've been trying it out myself, and seems pretty can't spit it out for some reason. Seems pretty reliable. Yeah, it's just the Lightning app on iOS. Probably on Android too. Ooh, I'm gonna have to get up and stretch here again soon. All right, if you're still watching the stream, where are you at and what's it doing right now where you are? Feel free to let me know in the comment box. I'm interested to hear what the conditions are like where you are right now. Be right back. Phone about to die. Trying to get tablet to work. All good, Sonia. Heading home to Oso from Seattle. How's I-5? Well, heavy rain showers moving into downtown Seattle right now, but a little break behind that, and then the heaviest showers will move through over the next 2 hours or so. So, should be in luck to make it up north towards Oso. At least if you can undercut this shower before you get across the county line, then you should be fine driving up to Oso. Little cloudy in South Hill. Thank you for your report. Bellingham, cloudy, a little breezy. Thank you, Keith. Just got done pouring here. Now fog rolling in and cloudy in Olalla. Thank you, Sherry, for your report. Port Orchard, current condition is cloudy and still wind-wise. Like, there's absolutely no wind. The calm before the storm. Okay, so just making sure you're the same Julie that's also Julie Olson. Sorry if I already asked you that, but I gotta make sure because I have multiple Julies that watch my streams. Nelson Reynolds says light sprinkles at Shilshu Bay. Sun did peek out for about a minute, seeing 12 lots wind steady. Ooh, my Facebook's really starting to lag here. Okay, so you are the same, Julie. Just had to make sure. $12 knots, okay. So about 14 miles per hour. Yeah, I gotta refresh my Facebook here. It's really starting to bog down. Keep fat fingering a bunch of letters here. Trying to answer a lot of questions here on Facebook, so thank you for hanging in with me. Okay, so yeah, Jaw George is also a Julie. See, exactly what I'm talking about. That's why I had some suspicion as to who that account was. What does this look like on radar scope? Let me check local winds real quick. Still a little breezy out there, but pretty calm over the lowland areas. It's pretty heavy rain falling from I-5 in Olympia all the way down to Fort Prairie in Centralia right now. And then an extra area of rain in the Willapa Hills in Cowlitz County all the way across to Napavine and points along that line as well. So a couple embedded squalls still in there that we'll have to keep tabs on as the afternoon goes on. These are moving up towards the Tacoma area right now and could produce locally strong winds with them. Just as an added heads up to everyone, these squalls could bring the winds down towards the surface briefly, which could result in 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts real briefly for some areas. Just north of Little Rock, super gray, foggy, heavy rain, and strong wind. So far, verifying there in Little Rock at the moment, which is, I believe it's right around the Maytown area, if I'm not mistaken. Alright, looks like we're up to a record 29 viewers right now. Hello everyone, welcome. Anthony here with Puget Sound Stormwatch, covering some storm activity moving up to the Puget Sound. Not seeing any new lightning yet, but we are seeing some embedded rain squalls in these lines of showers that could bring some locally strong winds for a bit in their wake. So these showers are moving up towards the north-northeast along I-5 right now, and will move up to the Seattle-Tacoma area in the next hour and a half to 2 hours. This is as a heads up to anyone who may be in the path of these rain squalls here. No lightning as of recently, but the lightning chance does exist. Although the more cloud cover and the less sun we get outside, the less the lightning chance will be. So just a huge disclaimer to anyone who's looking forward to lightning tonight, doesn't get it. You know, I just have to put that out there. It's not my fault. I promise you. It just started raining hard, Riley says, in Port Orchard. By the looks of it, that is correct. Yeah, no lightning on Windy. This is what the... See what the 21Z HER shows. 21Z HER shows shower activity lasting well into the early morning hours, but this can sometimes overdo it dramatically. So I'm not really looking forward to what the HER has to show. The 18Z NAM 3KM, it's a little more conservative, but has busted a few spots already. It's done a poor job showing shower activity over some areas and over-exaggerating some showers over the north coast, which currently do not exist over there. Showing these possible storms and lines of showers moving up through the Olympia corridor at 4 p.m., although this is already happening and it's an hour and a half earlier than what the models show. So while you don't always trust what the models have to say. But what this does show is sometime around 5 p.m., it does show a line of showers and possible thunderstorms over SeaTac. So we can't count out the possibility of hearing some thunder or seeing some small hail and gusty winds around the area tonight. Although with the way things are going right now, this could happen as early as 3:30 or 4 o'clock. Based on trends I'm seeing right now. Yeah, like Julie says, everyone, go ahead and hit like, subscribe, and ring that bell for live streams in the future. We just hit 25 likes and we're at 420 views. Quite the number we got there. Yeah, so no alerts in effect at this time. All the advisories and warnings were allowed to expire. Most of the storm activity has already made it on shore, but we'll be watching these areas tonight as well. Some lightning just starting to show up on the radar here. This could affect the central and northern Washington coast as these storms move towards the north-northeast. Pretty dark outside here in Milton right now. .51 on Whidbey Island. Yeah, there's been a couple of big wind gusts on Whidbey Island. ahead of these showers and storms coming up. So it's nothing I haven't known about yet up there. Starts getting over 55, then I know that we have a bigger issue going on up there. Take one more little stretch break real quick. And so probably just got some pretty strong wind here in Olympia and some heavy rain. Lines also crossing over Napavine right now. Windlock, Vader, moving a little bit east into Toledo and areas such as Onalaska, Ethel, and Mary's Corner as well. These lines are moving faster to the north than they are to the east. That's why we get kind of that northeasterly direction with these. It's actually moving mostly parallel to the storm relative flow right now between Napavine and the Columbia River. It's almost like it's just one long line aimed right over this area and not moving. Wind is still pretty light though, okay? You might be a little bit too far north to get some of these squalls here right now. But we'll be watching as the line comes into the area. Definitely some pretty decent wind shifts within the line segments too. That's how you know they're squalls. Squall's just another fancy word for wind shift. Sort of like a little pseudo frontal feature coming up. Someone just said thunderstorms in PL with heavy rain and 29-mile-per-hour gusts so far. Could be rumbling a bit down in PL. Although that could have been earlier too. So right now, no storm activity in PL. I'm using College of DuPage radar. Yeah, that's a great site too. The COD has a really nice weather site. There's access to free models as well. Actually, used their radar on PC for a while before I got Radar Scope Pro. And before I found Windy too. Like before I found Windy, I mainly used the COD radar on PC. Now it's just a matter of see what these lines do. This is the main event for the Puget Sound coming up. Although, looks like the lightning risk is mitigated at the moment. You're starting to see the air mass stabilize here over the Puget Sound, just in time. See, a lot of the ignorant comments are hitting the Washington Weather Chasers page as well. Oh, there's a lightning strike. Looks like just outside of the town of Windlock 7 minutes ago. Actually, more recent than that. About 2 minutes ago, new lightning strike just outside of Windlock, near the town of Napavine. So probably a lot of people just heard thunder down there. Actually, the lightning app shows 8 different lightning strikes between Windlock and Napavine right now. The rain just started up outside. I just heard that. Just posted that to the Rapid Fire Update channel. Trying to answer as many comments here on Facebook as possible. They're just coming in one huge deluge. You know, like how about conditions for this city and that city and whatnot? Just the normal shenanigans. Yeah, the lightning app shows way more lightning strikes than Windy and Radar Scope are showing. While Windy and Radar Scope show that 1, the lightning app is showing 8 total. All of these in the last 5 minutes. Just moving up towards the Napavine area. For anyone who may know anyone in Napavine, tell them there's lightning in the vicinity. Right now. If they haven't already heard the thunder. Ooh. Someone with the Skywarn spotter vehicle down in Lincoln City. That's really cool. Definitely haven't heard much from the Skywarn spotter program, especially up here recently. like, you know, kind of a lost art nowadays. Just heard thunder in Centralia. So, yeah, here it comes. We'll miss Centralia to the south, but still hearing thunder in Centralia at this time. He's sort of trying to congeal into one line segment across the area as time goes on. Still, the storm mode's a little bit sloppy. Thunder in Napavine. It definitely is trying to congeal into something across the area. But yeah, here come all the thunder reports now from across the southwest interior. Thank you guys for all the reports. Keep them coming. Watching my lightning app as well to see if any new ones pop up on here, but so far nothing. So yeah, for anyone just tuning in right now, because I see a flurry of new people just joined in the stream. Welcome, this is Anthony with Puget Sound Stormwatch, currently tracking some isolated thunderstorms along several line segments in the southwest interior. These are going to be moving up towards the north-northeast pretty swiftly at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. These should start impacting the Tacoma area sometime in the next 45 minutes to an hour. With the possibility for some lightning with this. Although the possibility decreases as the cloud cover increases. You know, we need that sunlight to get the instability built up, but not looking like we'll have much of that for the rest of the afternoon. And set my lightning range to 50 miles instead of 25, so I can get notified for any new strikes down there in the Napavine area. But these squalls are moving up towards the Tacoma area right now. It looks like we just got a few new subs, so we're at 1,130 subs here on YouTube. Huge achievement. Thank you guys so much for continuing to sub. And also, while the time is there, if you guys are interested in doing so, you know, huge thank you to everyone who has submitted coffee donations recently. You know, unfortunately, PayPal does have a hold on my account since I received so much in just a matter of hours on my birthday on Saturday. But if you do want to leave any tips for the future, do be sure to donate down there if you feel like it. Not a requirement, just if you are satisfied with the way the stream is going so far. Marlow XG7 heard thunder near Rochester, so tuning in. Welcome in. Yeah, thunder to your southeast with some lightning down there, but not any new lightning in the last 5 to 10 minutes by the looks of it. Is it going to go east enough before it goes north to hit Auburn, Kent? Comment on Facebook. Yeah, a lot of comments coming in right now, guys. Mr. G, hello from Sloppy Wet Hub City. Julie says she's about to head to Yelm. Kind of want to wait for it to pass to Tacoma first. Yeah, it's right on the outskirts of Yelm right now, so probably wait to go on I-5 until this passes Fort Lewis, and then you should be in the clear. So, yeah, moving faster to the north than it is to the east right now, so it may take just a little bit to pass through the Yelm-Tacoma area right now. So Echo looks pretty impressive here on Windy. I wonder what it looks like on radar scope. I'm going to switch it over to the Camino Island radar here. You can see the wind shifts here. One of them crossing I-5 around the Squally right now. Still waiting for my radar to load. Hopefully that loads quick. So we're up to 61 here at Renton. We're just about to hit 60 again with that muggy air mass in place due to that atmospheric river. Or in this case, we can say Pineapple Express since it does tap into subtropical moisture from Hawaii. So in this case, Pineapple Express would be the term to use. So yeah, heavy rain moving into the Seattle-Tacoma corridor right now. Looks like this squall may pass pretty close to my area, but it may move just to the west. May have a little bit of rotation in there too, so be watching this area for some rotating winds a few thousand feet up in the air. So it's currently over in Nisqually right now, moving into DuPont. It will move over Tacoma here shortly. Probably going to miss me a little bit to the west, but if you have eyes on the sky over this area, feel free to let me know what you're seeing. It's the main thing passing over Port Orchard. Looks like you have a stronger shower right behind it, so keep your eyes peeled on this. This one does have a little bit of that rotation in it. So it looks like the main thing is right behind you, just crossing into Kitsap County right now. This would be your heaviest rain and strongest wind of the afternoon, for sure. Coming right up in about 15 minutes or so for your area. Can't tell you how helpful these are on a workday for me to see what might be working its way up to the islands. It's a local pilot that follows the page, too. Someone said it's coming down hard in Lacey. Yeah, the squall just passed over Lacey, so completely understandable. Expecting some really heavy rainfall rates and some strong winds. And my radar scope just crashed. You guys saw that firsthand. Gonna try to get that back up real quick. There we go. Yeah, so the radar scope app on PC is also a little buggy. Hopefully they get some patchwork done on that pretty soon. But the heaviest rain up north over Kitsap County is currently over the Bremerton National Airport. It's moving up towards the Port Orchard area shortly. Depending on its motion, the heaviest rain may just miss you like a couple of miles to your west. You should still get the wind from it though. Since these are heavier showers, it most likely will mix some of the stronger winds down to the surface for some time as it moves over. FYI, there's the marina just north of West Point on the Puget Sound. Okay, I was gonna say I don't recognize the Shilshu Bay, but yeah, that definitely helps clear it up a bit. Yeah, so these are little embedded squalls within the line of rain and showers right now. These are probably where you're going to get your strongest winds of the afternoon here shortly, if you haven't already gotten them. See, Olympia's gusting to 27 out of the southwest. That's our lightning strike from earlier, down there. Riley, it should bring strong wind gusts with it. Not looking damaging, but definitely could see some wind gusts in the 30 to 40 mile per hour range as some of those winds get mixed down with the downbursts. Looks like we have a new lightning strike near the Vader area. Yeah, new lightning strikes between Riderwood, Vader, and Windlock on the back end of that line now. Two new lightning strikes. Another one just popped up. Bellingham may just miss the heavy rain. That is right. Just notice to the south here in Black Diamond, the clouds were looking dark gray. Someone said, heavy rain and thunder in Vader right now. So I do have a viewer in or on Facebook from Vader. Someone's asking about Eatonville too. Just now getting breezy in Port Orchard. Thank you for your report. Oh, there's the ding again. What's it for? Okay, so they extended the time of the flood watch for Mason County. That is the one for the Skokomish River near Potlatch. Now in effect until November 7th at 4 p.m. So possible minor to moderate flooding along the Skokomish River near Potlatch, Washington and Mason County. Looks like the strongest winds are currently moving up into Fort Lewis and Steilacoom right now. And then some wind possible here over the airport in Bremerton too. Moving off to the east towards Bremerton and Port Orchard. This will likely affect parts of Silverdale and Bainbridge Island as we go on into the next hour or so. See, the bottom end of this line is definitely the most robust still. Still producing lightning over the southwest interior between Vader and Napavine. Waiting to see if we get any of those little quick lightning notifications nearby. Looks pretty good here on radar, so I would not count out the chance of getting a quick little lightning strike with one of these heavy showers. There's some squall action moving over Quilcene too. It's like it's trying to form into one line over the area, similar to what models were showing. Yeah, starting to lose sunlight outside pretty quick. This will likely be associated with this heavy rain squall moving in right now. It's currently moving off this way. Kind of like this. All right, we passed 500 views. Awesome sauce. Need one more like to get to 30 likes on the stream. We're just watching these embedded rain squalls come through right now. This would bring us our best chance of getting some heavy rain, strong winds, small hail, and an outside chance of some lightning with some of these stronger showers. Dark clouds moving in Everett. Keith says, not seeing any lightning strikes on the College of DuPage satellite and radar. Ooh, lightning strikes been detected nearby. Someone just said loud thunder in Gig Harbor. I might have just heard that, actually. Not sure if that was a truck braking or if that was thunder. Yep, we have a lightning strike near several lightning strikes near Anderson Island. They are all just popping up rapidly. Wow, oh boy. Yep, here we go. That was thunder. My first time hearing thunder since September 6th. Here we go, folks. It's happening. Buckle up your seatbelts. So yeah, just got some lightning with this squall down here. Also some lightning on the north end of the squall approaching Thurston County as well. Oh yeah, here they come. The comments are flooding in. Looks like we called that one, right? Yeah, lightning detected in Thurston and Pierce counties. One directly over Key Peninsula. Thank you guys for your reports of thunder. Good to know that, like, the 2 to 5 reports I got are not faulty. Yeah, I just saw a huge jump in the audience with that too. Hello, welcome everyone. Probably tuning in because you just heard thunder in your area. Yes, that is no joke. Lightning now showing up here on the radar scope radar as well. Yeah, heavy rain squalls moving through the area right now. Looks like a new coastal flood advisory was put out. Yeah, so they extended the coastal flood advisory into 3 p.m. tomorrow. So from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. tomorrow, coastal flood advisory for the Strait of Juan de Fuca in the lower Chehalis River Valley, including Central Park, Hoquiam, and Aberdeen. It's just a new update from the NWS. Okay, posted to Facebook. Interesting. Parkland has no thunder or lightning, but everywhere around Parkland heard that thunder. I even heard the thunder up the hill here in Milton. Kitsap, rain, lots of rain, no lightning yet. Thank you for your report. Pathetic downpour in Olympia. Drive careful, lots of roads with standing water, including I-5. No kidding. Loud thunder in Gig Harbor. Dark clouds moving into Everett. Thunderstorm near McKenna. Thought I heard it. I'm in Spanaway and knew it wasn't the base. Heard them earlier though. No hail, but my cable went out temporarily. I was watching Blue Bloods and there was a short burst of winds and now it's blown through. All done. Getting lighter outside now. Woohoo. Big thunder heard in Gig Harbor. Big rumble of thunder on the outskirts of Port Orchard a couple minutes ago. Port Orchard, if you're watching, did he hear that thunder? Someone up in your area reported thunder earlier, like just a minute ago. So yeah, Windy shows 3 lightning strikes from that. But the lightning tracker app on iOS has 7 over Thurston County and 6 over Pierce County, including 4 of them over the water. So 2 lightning strikes directly over the home area on Key Peninsula. Probably a really, really loud awakening there. And lightning once again crossing over I-5 near Napavine and Mary's Corner area too. So yeah, lots going on right now in the weather world here in the Puget Sound. Thank you for tuning in to Puget Sound Stormwatch's live coverage as it happens. So he's still picking up some lightning strikes down here along Napavine too. Just outside of Napavine city limits. Go check on some winds around the area. We have 41 again here at Tacoma Narrows. The max 51 earlier. The 41 was measured at 256. Probably due to that downburst of air coming through with the convection. So that's why I'm telling everyone about the winds possible, because already gusting up to 41 here in the Tacoma Narrows ahead of this squall coming through. So that's why I could not stress that enough. The squall's directly over Lakewood right now, about to move into Tacoma, so strong winds possible with that. Also, north end of the squalls, look, see the lines extending all the way up into Whidbey Island now, and a little break in the squall here over Silverdale, just north of Bremerton here. And a heavy shower also over the Pierce-Kitsap County line. All of these are exhibiting some sort of rotation or wind shift in them, just as an added heads up to everyone. Yeah, it's looking much more organized on the north end of this line now. Huge thunderstorm in Gig Harbor, longest and loudest thunder I've heard in a while. Shaking my house, the girls are quite displeased. Coming from Facebook right now. Yes, Riley, so you are hearing thunder now up there? Is that correct? Someone said the lightning bolt was so close it flashed red in Lake Bay. Now it's getting windy. That's the squall. Get ready for it. That's your rain squall coming through. See if that's our only thunderclap in the area tonight. Expecting maybe one more if we're lucky, but see, gusting here to 41 out of the southwest now as that squall passes over the Narrows. So here it comes. All the way up through Seattle now. It's coming for you. It's a couple hours earlier than modeled. But yeah, it's definitely, models aren't doing poor, I'll say that. The models are not doing a poor job. Just the timing's a bit off. From Tacoma, so much rain coming down, the gutters can't keep up. Super windy. I sent you a picture of a lightning strike it took a couple years ago when I lived in Stanwood. Yeah, feel free. You can either post it as a comment on my page or you can DM it to the page. Whichever suits your savvy. Got a really loud rumble around Purdy Key Peninsula. Can't believe we've been streaming for almost 3 hours now. It's 20 knot gust around the marina, so 23 miles per hour, says Nelson Reynolds. Yep, heard that one in Yelm, thought it was a military plane at first. Yeah, I actually thought maybe it was the sound of a truck driving by, but turns out it was actually a distant thunderclap. Didn't sound definitively like thunder, so it had me confused at first, but as soon as I saw the people commenting about thunder, that's when I knew it was the real deal. Looks like no new thunder since then, at least according to reports. Raining pretty good here in Milton, not much wind yet, but definitely feeling the rain over here. Ooh, a lot of new lightning strikes down along I-5. Yeah, Keith, I just got your photo of the lightning strike. That looks pretty wicked. The wind continue after the rain stops. I certainly think it will, just nowhere near as intense as when the rain's falling. Looking more towards a windy event around the Puget Sound tomorrow when the cold front comes through in the afternoon. Not looking super strong, but around 30 to 40 mile per hour gusts possible tomorrow afternoon. Just saw the flash, then boom. All right, Keith, just got that video as well. Thank you for that submission. Looks like the squall's just about to pass over Federal Way. So probably going to get really windy here at the office in just a few minutes. Will there be storms tonight? Not likely. It's looking like this is the main event right now. Looks like the back end of the storms are passing over the Olalla area, though, Sherry. So the event should be just about done for your area. Just crossed 600 views and 34 likes. Thank you guys for getting the word out there. If you haven't already, go ahead, like, subscribe, and ring that bell for future live stream notifications like this one. See, here's the south end of that squall. Moving over Lewis County, directly over the town of Toledo right now. And of course, the north end extending all the way over the open waters in the Whidbey Island. Probably a pretty good wind surge coming up for Whidbey Island if this verifies. After this, is it all over for today? Yes. Extra emphasis on for today. It's gusting to 32 now out of the southwest at Bremerton. 24 out of the southwest at Gray Army Airfield. So let me show you what the models look like for tomorrow right now. This is the NAM 3KM. It decides to update. Has the next front coming through sometime around 4 p.m. tomorrow on this one. There's a chance of thunderstorms tomorrow. There's a slighter chance, smaller chance. I think the NAM 3KM's overdoing the wind gusts on this because it has around 53 for Tacoma tomorrow at 4 p.m. The Euro is much more modest in the 30 to 40 mile per hour range, which I feel like will definitely verify. You know, the Euro's done a pretty good job of showing wind gusts around here the last few weeks or so. Lakewood has rain, lightened up, some wind, but dying down, pretty quiet. Thank you, Julianne Cooley, for your report. So yeah, certainly a chance for some isolated cells tomorrow afternoon, but not looking as discrete as this afternoon. You have some showers moving through ahead of the front tomorrow morning. And then some isolated hit or miss showers. Some of these could be strong off the coast tomorrow afternoon. Then we start to weaken a bit and our ridge fills in this weekend. And it looks like we get a pretty nice weekend overall around the area. Her shows it pretty similar. Definitely some hit or miss shower activity tomorrow too, but not looking as good for storm chances. Looks like the 18Z Euro is about to start rendering here. Let's go see what the 12Z showed. See, showed between 30 and 40 mile per hour gusts for most of the central Puget Sound. A little bit more the closer you are to the foothills and up north over the open waters. But in general, around 30 to 40 miles per hour, some spots possibly just a tad bit higher, like 41 here in Bremerton, as that front passes through around 4 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. So not seeing anything major tomorrow. Today would be the best day for thunderstorms around the area. Seen lightning light up the sky coming through Roy about 20 minutes ago. Courtesy of a fan on Facebook. We have a flood advisory in effect for Lewis and Thurston counties now. So here's a look at that flood advisory that just went out. Aerial flood advisory. This is for Lewis and Thurston counties along the southern edge of that squall. Flood advisory in effect until 6:15, so in the next 3 hours. Flooding caused by excessive rainfall is expected. Heavy rain due to thunderstorms. Minor flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly in the advisory area. $6.15. Getting quiet right now near Tenino. See, what towns does this include? It's just east of Bucoda, south of Rainier, south of Yelm. So it's mainly rural areas of Thurston County, excuse me. This does include Onalaska, Ethel, Mary's Corner, Napavine, Windlock, Vader, and Toledo. I always gotta say, turn around, don't drown. Julie says, thank you very much. Thank you, Julie. I'm debating on whether I'm hearing thunder or a plane right now. Yeah, I've made that post to the main Facebook page. Nope, that was not thunder. Yeah, most recent lightning is between Mary's Corner and Toledo right now, just east of the interstate. Everything else is older than 15 minutes. Thank you everyone who continues to view the live stream. Did have a decent spike there a little bit after the thunder that has since sort of leaned a little bit. Doubt. I think spiderweb set off my Ring doorbell at the other house. Plane, I hear it. Okay, thank you. You must be pretty close to Milton then. Yeah, heavy rain all around the SeaTac and Everett corridor right now. Heavy rain also moving onto Whidbey. Still some isolated lightning action just outside of Toledo here, near Onalaska and Mary's Corner. Also Ethel, too. But yeah, we might have just had a one-hit wonder with this, which is to be expected. But they get note of a new weather advisory in effect down here for Lewis and Thurston counties. Hail up to pea-size and 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible with this cell down here, currently producing lightning over Toledo. So, new special weather statement for this area. Portions of central Lewis and south central Thurston counties through 3:45. Near Toledo, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Weak rotation also exists, which it does. See, pretty clear rotation in that signature right there. Funnel cloud is possible. If anyone over the Onalaska or Ethel, Salcombe, Silver Creek areas has an eye on this, please tell me what you're seeing if you know anyone down there right now. Locations impacted include Cinnabar and Onalaska. Looked out the back door and the leaves were falling up briefly. Good thing I just had my roof and gutters cleaned. Okay, updates were made. So yeah, this advisory is in effect for Onalaska, Cinnabar, Mary's Corner, Ethel, the outskirts of Toledo, Salcombe, Silver Creek, and westernmost parts of Mossy Rock. In this advisory right now. Possible low-level rotation as well. Clearly seen here about to cross Highway 12, just west of Salcombe. Lots of reports flowing into Ben's page as well, I see. Looks like this has its eyes set directly on Eatonville. Heads up if you know anyone in Eatonville. This is coming directly your way right now. I mean, it has a direct collision course with the town of Eatonville. If it holds. One big lightning strike and thunder and rain here about an hour ago. From Facebook. The heads up in case you wanted to know which direction this is moving. Just in time, Eatonville Peep joins back in. Actually says, holy heck, it's stormy here. Just wait till you see what's coming. Toledo, Washington here. Definitely lots of water over here and heavy rain. Does it show anything else we should be prepared for possibly tonight? That was one big run-on sentence. She says, Anthony, no. Anthony, yes. Anthony, yes. It's coming directly for Eatonville. Just really depends on how long it holds together, but that sucker is rotating quite a bit. In case you want a little sloppy diagram of the rotation, that's it, for sure. Better consult those Etsy witches. I used up all of my cards already. Super sorry about that, but it looks like you're on your own for this round. Yeah, this is on a direct collision course with the Eatonville city limits. Although, if I'm not mistaken, Ashley, you're a little bit north of Eatonville, so you may miss out on the strongest burst of rain from this. Just bad wind. Well, we're eyeballing some rotation in this storm, too. But the rain may be so heavy you may not be able to see any little funnel cloud that pops up. The NWS has this possibility highlighted in the advisory polygon. Lightning gods are crazy. That's what the Compton Files just said. The weather cannot make up its mind here in Bellingham. Yeah, I think they should begin thinking about pulling this green line back farther west, now that the main severe threat has passed for this area. Left Texas 20 years ago, get out of here, funnel. It's completely normal to get funnels this time of the year, for sure. This is moving just between Onalaska and Cinnabar. See if it maintains its strength as it moves into Eatonville. See, weak rotation also exists within this thunderstorm, and a funnel cloud is possible. Right there in the hazard box. Looks like there's 33 of you now in here. All right, 35 likes, and we're almost to 700 views already. Pretty good stream session this time around. Yeah, the rotation is going to cross Highway 508 between Onalaska and Cinnabar here in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Already crossed Highway 12 and is moving almost due northeast on a collision course with Eatonville. You better turn that thing around. Well, you better hope that I have one last miracle in me. Ooh, might have some more action moving onto the coast. That's another thing to watch out for tonight. Another round coming up for the coast. These also have some rotation in them too. So another waterspout chance possible for the Washington coast this time around. Let me see what the Portland radar shows on this. You definitely see it right there, but I feel like it's a little more defined on the coastal radar. I'm going to turn off the categorical contour here, so there's one less line that gets in the way. Should yield a little bit of a cleaner image for us. A lot of rain coming down in Everett. You say when it looks like that, it's the layers of the storm showing. Are you talking about the rotation? Not too sure what you mean by that. Feel free to clarify for me. Good. Looks like Jonathan Poley just posted on his new Whidbey Island weather page about the weather coming in. Moderate to heavy rain is moving over the area as a line of showers moves in from the coast. Gusty winds will likely occur with this, and maybe the odd rumble of thunder possible. Be right back, Ashley says. Good news for you, though, it is looking just a little less intense on this recent scan, so this storm could lose some steam as it moves into the Eatonville area. You may be in luck. May have had an answered prayer for Eatonville. Different wind and rain at different elevations. Yeah, so different wind at different elevations, that is called wind shear. We have a lot of that present right now, which is why we see all of these little rotating storms coming in. Looks like it just lost a lot of steam in this recent scan, so possibly a prayer answered for our friend Ashley in the chat. Still seeing a little rotation, but definitely losing some steam as it moves off to the north and east. The advisory will be allowed to expire in 10 minutes, but this does not mean that the threat of rain and wind is over for Eatonville and surrounding areas. This means that they're not looking at strong thunderstorm criteria anymore for that area. Start to see the sun popping out to the northwest. Good sign there. Gusting to 28 out of the southwest at SeaTac. Still 32 out of the southwest at Tacoma Narrows at this time. So it looks like the squall that moved through Tacoma is now moving over the Issaquah area. Let's go check out up there, shall we? Yeah, there it is. This strong wind shift moving through Sammamish and Issaquah right now. Moving off to the northeast pretty quickly, around 40 miles per hour. On the back end of this, some showers possible, but that's the main event for a majority of us tonight. Though it looks like maybe a round 2 coming up for some of the coast. You know, lightning producing showers, some of these rotating, approaching the coast of Grace Harbor and Pacific counties once more. But coverage on this should really die down as the sun starts to set around the area. Back now. Good. You just missed the discussion of me talking about the storm weakening just in time. I said a prayer answered for you. Potentially. Keep working your magic. I'll see what I can do. Yes, depending on how this storm looks as it moves off to the northeast, may start to wind down the stream around 4 o'clock. I definitely want to hit the weight room tonight before things get too crazy at Planet Fitness. And if you guys are watching right now, if you ever see me at Planet Fitness in Milton, feel free to say hi. That's going to be my regular locale from this point on. outside my own office here in Milton. Yeah, feel free to say hi if you ever see me in public. Just say that you're a fan of Puget Sound Stormwatch and you know who I am. So when it locked up all the animals, it's raining so hard. Definitely a lot of rain over northern Eatonville. So more of these little squalls about to cross Interstate 5 between Vader and Toledo, too. Just outside of Castle Rock. We may have a couple of these stronger showers move into the area, too, but the heaviest of rain has likely passed through Seattle and Tacoma. Now it's just the outlying areas to the south and west. Seen clearing here, but it looks like a squall line over Kitsap heading east-northeast. Let's go check that out real quick, shall we? Now, it looks like the squall has passed Kitsap. The squall is now over the Sammamish and Issaquah Highlands, moving off into the foothills now. So, Kitsap looks like you're in the clear right now. Sunshine breaking through in Lakewood, finally. Seeing a little sunshine to the northwest, but it's eerily dark here over Milton right now. You can see a little low-hanging scud off to the west, but nothing of concern. But really dark to my southwest still. Not seeing any clearing yet. You think the wind will stay through tonight? Whitney Davis asks. The wind should wind down when the showers do, since most of the wind today is convective based. It's not based on any low pressure or any frontal system coming through. It's mainly limited to the convection itself. Looks like a few lightning strikes off the coast. That is correct. I've seen those as well. But those should stay confined to the coast, and a lot of it may not even make it onto the coast before the sun sets. More of a widespread wind chance tomorrow afternoon, though, with a 1-2 punch of cold fronts coming through. You're seeing gusts in the range of 30 to 40 miles per hour possible for most of the Puget Sound tomorrow afternoon around lunchtime or so. So just as an added heads up to everyone, it's mainly going to be winds out of the south with that. Another heavy shower coming through Ladysmith now from the southwest. It looks like this shower's re-intensifying just a tad bit to the southwest of Eatonville. But rotation's really starting to loosen up on this. Still a little bit here and there. You can see the inbounds and the outbounds from the radar, but not looking as clearly defined here on velocity. I'm gonna go plug in the phone real quick. Yeah, I'm not seeing it clear up too much to the southwest yet, although the end of the showers are coming in through Tacoma now. A little bit of a break before the next round of showers comes through. Not seeing much wind here on velocity, though, which is good news. Let's switch this back to base velocity. instead of storm relative. See if anything different shows up. See, the stronger wind shows up on base velocity, but not storm relative velocity. You notice not much velocity here with this round of showers coming in, so good news. Repping and weather prepping. You might be onto something for a new T-shirt design, possibly, for Puget Sound Stormwatch. How about repping and prepping? Yeah. You think so? Think that might work? You think that might sell? Repping and prepping on T-shirts with the Puget Sound Stormwatch logo. Could be onto something here. Keith says, like it. So yeah, we have, I think this advisory just expired. It expires in 1 minute. It doesn't look like they're going to renew it. So good news for that. All right, guys, gonna go run to the bathroom real quick. I will be right back with you guys. Stay patient. I'm going to leave the radar on the screen. All right, everyone, we're back in business. The advisory has since expired. Not seeing as much rotation on the radar anymore. Ashley says he wants her cut of the check. Potentially, best I can do is a shout out. Also grabbed a snack as well while I was out. It's finally starting to clear up here in Milton, so good news there. Has seen some additional squall activity over Toledo right now. But no lightning as of now. It's safe to say the lightning threat for the Puget Sound has passed with that. Did just get some lightning down here, right smack dab over downtown Toledo. Probably startled a few people right there. Morbid Bit says, hey from Spanaway, Washington. Hello from Milton. Right across the hill from you. Welcome to the stream. Covering some storm activity over the area right now. Is mainly fizzled down into rain with some wind. Looks like the wind missed Milton though, because we got absolutely nothing when it came to wind. The strongest squall missed us just to the north and east. Yeah, I have a feeling they'll probably move this marginal risk out of here very soon if they haven't already. Definitely some heavy rain, 16 mile per hour wind gusts here. Love and light. To you all, stay safe. Thank you, Morbid Bit. Jackknife tractor trailer in Bellingham. Bad news there. Here comes your heavy rain, by the way. Huh. Yeah, don't worry. It's just a joke, I promise, actually. It's just a joke. Wind's picking up a bit outside, but seeing some cloud breaks finally. Just in time before the sun goes down this afternoon. Ross Shelley just had so hard rain in Bonnie Lake a few minutes ago. Yeah, starting to see some of these lightning producers make landfall again along the coast. Oh, look at that. Surprise lightning strike over Lee Hill. When did that pop up? That even pop up on Windy? Must have just happened. Squeezed out a little bit of energy there over Lee Hill. Pond is overflowing down in Eatonville. Just when you thought it had passed, Mother Nature decides, here's one more for you. Some pump is supposed to auto turn on. Guess you get to have the joy of doing it manually. Sounds like a joy, for sure. For anyone tuning in who may have just missed it, you're probably tuning in because you just heard thunder here in the Auburn area in the last few minutes. Lone little lightning strike detected. Yep, says 11 minutes ago, lightning strikes detected nearby. Didn't even get the notification on my watch. Of course, I just had to go and set the phone down on the charger. Just my luck. I missed it. Tacoma, so windy, blew over 3 high container stacks at Port of Tacoma. Wow. Not too often you see that with passing thunderstorm. Yep, another round of heavy showers, not producing lightning at the moment according to radar scope, but another round of heavy rotating showers moving into the Ocean Park Tokeland area. Some of these producing lightning off the coast, but they're weakening as they move onto the coast, as the sun starts to go down around the area. squall signature. Yeah, you lucked out. I must have put a barrier around Eatonville because that shower went to nothing right before I moved into city limits. Yeah, like Keith said, the storms have lost the heating. The cloud cover was not beneficial to daytime heating. But now that the sun's going down in combination with that, these storms are really going to hit a brick wall. Thunder and Lake Taps. Well, we did have this lightning strike over Lee Hill, but that was a few minutes ago. Says Alex in Wonderland. Yeah, I didn't hear any thunder with that in Milton. Not seeing any reports of lightning. No lightning reports on my end. Lightning strike in Auburn. Yeah, that was a few minutes ago though. Now you see this other area of convection moving onto the coast. Probably won't last very long once it moves over land. Because once it gets cut off from the heating from the water, not going to have much daytime heating over the land to work with. So this will probably run into a brick wall once they move into the Olympics. Most likely. New forecast for Ladysmith. Well, we're within range of the 18Z now, so now we can see what it says on the Euro here. Has it around the same? Actually may have brought the winds down a little bit for Seattle, but up just a tad for Everett and Tacoma. Still not seeing anything major with that front tomorrow, but it does have the wind gusts kicking up a little bit here along the Strait of Georgia. Probably because that front's going to be moving through your area as well. It's going to extend up through the Strait of Georgia, up into parts of mainland BC. So he's picking up a pretty strong signature for some east winds here Saturday night too. So we'll be keeping our eyes peeled for that. Looks similar to... Let's see if there's a gradient. Oh yeah. Very similar setup compared to what we saw just last night and this morning. This was being showed on the European right now, the new 18Z Euro. Whoever paved didn't pitch the pavement at all. Nice fat waste of money. Does anyone have job skills anymore? I wonder. Yeah, this is what the European model, the new 18Z that just rendered, shows for max wind gusts between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. tomorrow, ahead of the next cold front that comes through. So now a lot more page invites on Facebook. If you follow Puget Sound Stormwatch on Facebook, go ahead and send invites to your friends to the page. If everyone answered back on their invites, we'd probably be around 35,000 followers pretty easily right now. So I've got several thousand pending invite requests from viewers. What's coming through Nanaimo tomorrow night then? Yeah, it really only shows it picking up in Nanaimo between 10 and 4. We can zoom out a little to actually show the island. Yeah, because the center of low pressure moves in the northern Vancouver Island, and then the cold front is what extends along the coast here. So it really just looks like a textbook cold front passage for the Ladysmith Nanaimo area. Winds pick up out of the south or southeast ahead of this front and then switch to more out of the west or northwest, depending on your proximity here to the Strait of Georgia. Usually it's more out of the southeast and then switching to more out of the northwest through the strait when the front comes through. So just looks like another ordinary seasonal frontal passage to me. Calling for stronger winds tomorrow night than the day. Yeah, it's fascinating that Environment Canada mentions that. I'm not really seeing it on the models right now. It's a little... I'm not exactly still trusting what the NAM 3KM shows because it shows over 50 mile per hour gusts tomorrow as soon as 3 p.m., which I don't believe it's going to happen. Even showing at 4 p.m., 53 for Tacoma. This model has a tendency to overdo the wind gusts, so I'm not believing it one bit. Let's see, it shows it's a little breezy ahead of that front, but then once the front comes through, you notice how it picks up here on East Vancouver Island, and then it cools off a little bit. I think the wind may be from the back end of that cyclone moving a little bit closer to your area. It looks like the sting jet of it's somewhere right there, so that could be what they're talking about. You may get the far east, southeast end of the sting jet coming through. That's probably why they're calling for it. It doesn't show it on the Euro, but it shows it more on the NAM than it does the Euro. That probably explains that. Southwest winds, yeah, it definitely checks out. It's a little hard to tell, but that's southwest facing wind barb down there. It's probably what they're forecasting there is when the south end of that low pressure system moves through. We're really lucky this isn't like 100 miles farther south. Even 50 miles farther south would bring stronger winds to the Puget Sound area, but looks like we get lucky once again. .31 here at Point Robinson, 36 at Payne Field. Down to 33 miles per hour at Whitby. So it looks like we're finally on the back end of this thing around the area. I'm not seeing this convection lasting much longer off the coast. Okay, guys, think we're going to start to wind things down for the afternoon. It says John Foggy Fogdoll. Quite a name there. Is now a subscriber on Facebook. Interesting. Wonder if that's like a surname or something. But yeah, since most of the activity has moved out of the area, we're going to begin to wind things down for the night. We just hit 40 likes and we're at 800 views, which is pretty impressive for a live stream, at least in recent history. Not counting our record breaker 2 Saturdays ago. We're making strides towards additional YouTube partnership benefits, such as super chats and channel memberships. We're almost there. We need about... After today, we need about 1,100 more watch hours to get to that point. Keep threatening the weather gods to keep the weather away from me. Thank you everyone for joining us. Like Sonia said, see you on the next stream. Have a good night. Yep, gonna open up this time to any last minute comments, questions, or concerns, and then we're gonna start winding it down in the next 5 minutes or so, right around 4:15. The stream just crossed the 4-hour mark. Night Sonia, yes, good night Ashley. Really, the only action going on around the area at this time is down in the southwest area, like near Toledo. But even then, no new lightning strikes in the last 15 plus minutes down there. Even getting a little bit of clearing down here. Some cloud cover, but clearing in the rain coming up through the Olympia area right now. Most of the heaviest rain has already gone into the foothills. Yep, just starting to see the sun peek through here too. Wind's pretty fair here in Linwood. Sun is peaking a bit. Stopped raining 15 minutes ago. Thank you, Teresa S., for your report. If anyone would like to make any last-minute donations to Puget Sound Stormwatch, if you feel like it, the link will be posted down below. John Fogdoll, you must be the one that just subscribed on Facebook. Thank you so much for that. Hopefully you enjoy your experience. So here's the leaderboard for coffee donators. Diana Stevens with the gold, Lady Blue with the silver, Seattleite 2021 at the bronze, and Jen in the runner-up spot. So thank you all so much. We donated 128 coffees total over the amount of time that I have been on this site. 42 different supporters. Could not do this without you guys. So thank you all so much. It means a lot. The unfortunate news is that PayPal has a temporary hold on my account because I made so much in one day. For my birthday on Saturday. Yeah, sun's definitely starting to peek through, so I may have a little dry window to head outdoors and go to the gym. I gotta get myself cleaned up first though, so it's probably gonna be about another half hour or so before I head out. But we're definitely going to wind things down for the night. The stream just crossed the 4-hour mark at 4:09. It's been a long 4 hours. Very busy day in weather for sure. Still watching some lightning off the coast, but this should start to diminish as we go later on into the afternoon when the sun goes down. Already starting to see these showers really diminish in strength and coverage as the time goes on. Hey guys, I'm going to give you about 2 minutes for any last minute questions if you have them. If not, then we're going to end things for the night. Depending on how the wind gusts verify tomorrow, we may go live for that as well. Just make sure if you're already subscribed, go ahead and ring that bell next to the notifications and enable live stream notifications. That way you know when I go live and I don't have to make posts all over the place to remind people. Ashley says, have a good night, all. Yes, have a great night. Take care. Hopefully no storms in your future, near future. Some shower breaks coming up into the Tacoma area now, just in time. We're on the very back end of this event, so thank you guys for choosing Puget Sound Stormwatch for your live coverage. Really helps out the channel a lot. If you like, subscribe, comment, and so on. Be sure to share with your friends also if you guys enjoyed this live coverage. We're just on the doorstep of 31.3K followers, which is up from around 31.1K followers from this morning, so pretty good increase in viewership on Facebook. Once again, I appreciate you guys for all getting the word out there today. So the time is 4:15. I'm going to go ahead and jump in the shower and continue my productivity tonight at the gimnasio. All right, everyone, have a good night. This is Anthony with Puget Sound Stormwatch. Going to be signing off here in 3, 2,